Good afternoon and welcome to live coverage of UEFA eEURO 2020 qualifiers. I'm Michael Bockle and I'm joined by Daniel Caw, Talking Boz.
How you doing, Michael?
Good, looking forward to this. We've got an interesting afternoon of games ahead. We're starting off, Scotland are away to Slovenia. And then we will then be playing Liechtenstein, Romania, and finishing off with Portugal. What the format is today is we have got to play two games again in each match. So we'll have Frazer Young, who is our first player who's playing just now against Slovenia, and then it will be Reece, and the aggregate score is what will be contributing. Daniel, how do you think it's going to go?
Piece of cake, Michael. Piece of cake. Obviously, we're a bit biased, but I'm sure there'll be 3 or 4 rather entertaining games coming up.
Yeah, so what we've got here is a 10-minute match. And as I said, Frazer Young, who's 35 from Glasgow, is playing for Scotland at the moment. Interesting setup and lineup for what you'll see in this game. If you're unfamiliar with PES 2020, what they have done with Konami have done with UEFA has created this eEURO 2020 tournament. Each nation has been drawn into a group, and for Scotland, having been drawn alongside the likes of Slovenia, Romania, and Portugal and Liechtenstein, we are in a chance that the top one from the group will qualify automatically for eEURO 2020, and then we have got the runner-up will go into a runners-up group, and here we got first chance for Scotland. Oh, great tackle.
Oh, that was a perfect tackle. I thought we were looking at a red card there, Michael, but spot on.
Yeah, so the runner-up will go into a second group phase where there's a second chance to qualify. So, look, all to play for. All teams have been evened out in stats-wise. So, I think, great save.
Great save. It's in.
A bad start for Scotland. Plenty of gameplay left to go, though.
It was such a good save from Liam Kelly as well that it's a sore one going behind there, but plenty of time to go.
It's interesting speaking to Frazer and Reece before this. They suspect there's going to be a lot of goals in their games. We've had to adapt. Unfortunately, Scotland, for some bizarre reason, have only got one centre forward in the team, Ollie McBurney. And what you'll find is a lot of teams are setting up with 2 centre forwards, a supporting striker, no fullbacks. It's 4 centre backs everybody's going for, and playing very narrow. Unfortunately, with Scotland, we've had to set up with 1 striker, and I'm relying on a couple of wingers. Again, though, we're playing with 3 centre backs. So, speaking of Fraser beforehand, it's going to be all out attack.
Needs to be now.
Reece tends to be a more defensive player, so hopefully Fraser gets us back into this game, and we'll have a lead to defend in the second game.
We like doing things the hard way in Scotland, don't we? This is just par for the course. I do think the Slovenian lads will be quite hard to break down. You see the back 4 with the 2 in front. It'll be tough to get in behind, but confident Fraser can.
Yeah, Slovenia picked their own players. So there was 2 different ways of representing Scotland, representing your country, sorry. For Scotland, Frazer and Reece came through online qualifiers. What Slovenia did is they hosted their own qualifying tournament and selected their 2 players.
Dangerous again from Slovenia. Let's need to be careful here, Scotland.
Like Charlie Mulgrew charging out from the back there.
Oh, that's nice. That's a light-off, Michael. That is a light-off.
Oh, we're just settling into the game. Settling in. I think you guys have said you're going to see lots of chances in this game. I think we just need to Fraser get on the ball, and what you will find, as I said, the squad makeup of the Scotland team is a little bit random. You just saw Liam Kelly in goal for Scotland there, and I'm trying to think the last time Liam Kelly was called up to the Scotland squad. It was a wee while ago now. So yeah, you'll see some players that haven't played for Scotland recently, but again, as I said, the teams have been evened out as much as possible. So we'll find that some players are just randomly assigned at a higher rating, but all in all players are relatively even.
Just need to weather the storm, Michael. Slovenia have a good period in the game, but Fraser can weather it. Plenty of time to go.
Yeah, Fraser in warm-up he had some good success. There's a few teams here that have got pro players, Spain being one, France being another, and he managed to beat them both in water map games. So look, Fraser obviously just working his way into this game, and there's plenty of time left. Say in our group, Portugal are definitely favourites for the group. They sport in 2 professional players. One of the players playing for Arsenal, and the other for Boa Vista. So look, we're going into this in the way that we like to be, underdogs. So we'll see how we get on.
See if we can use some of the height in our team at this set piece here. McKenna, Mulgrew, plenty of big boys in there.
Charlie Mulgrew, the best corner kick taker for Scotland in the game.
Right on cue.
Yeah, straight to the first man. Commentator's curse. The more map, Fraser was getting a lot of success with Johnny Russell today, so hopefully we'll see a few more goals from Johnny.
They're really good at keeping the ball, Slovenia, the way they just very patient, play it out right from the back. Oh no, it's a mistake.
Man over on the far side. Oh, they've worked that well.
That's a nice goal. It's a nice goal. It was a silly error from us, but you need to hold your hands up. That's a good finish.
Scotland 2-0 down after 39 minutes, but look, as you said, look, there's plenty of time to come back into this. This is only one game. Reece, Fraser's partner, has got to play the second game, so look, we've got a game and a half to come back into this. And then beyond then, there's plenty of other games in the group. So look, no alarm bells ringing just now. I mean, as you said, well worked goal. We'll learn from that and we'll move on.
In a virtual world, 2-0 is nothing. That's nothing.
So if you're just joining us, just reminder that Scotland are in a group alongside Slovenia, who we're playing just now. Romania, Liechtenstein, and Portugal. Each game, you play everybody home and away, just like a normal football qualifying group. In this instance, however, we are playing each team. So we're playing Slovenia away at the moment in time. Fraser will play one game and then Reece will play another, and the aggregate score will count towards the game. So that's where me and Daniel are talking about a game and a half still left, is because it is a 2-legged affair each game. We'll see Slovenia making a couple of changes, gone 2-0 up, looking like they're going to try and sit on this lead to an extent.
I just wonder if Fraser's maybe thinking about a few changes at half-time himself. Try and get back into this. Haven't seen much of Ryan Fraser either. He's got blistering pace stats.
Just try to force the ball through there by McTominay, not to any success. The tactics very much work it into the box and get an opportunity. If you can get a clean shot away in the box, chances are you're going to score. Speaking of Fraser and Reece before, they feel like that's the best tactic and the way the game's been set up. So hopefully we'll see a bit more of that in the second half. Slight tactical change for Scotland at half time. Trying to overload the midfield a bit more.
Just trying to keep up with Fraser's changes here. It's like reading hieroglyphics. Hieroglyphics. You know what I mean.
So yes, the Slovenian team are playing with 4 centre backs, 1 defensive midfielder, 1 central midfielder, an attacking midfielder, and 3 central strikers. And as I was saying before, we have got one central striker and Ollie McBurney in our squad. Unfortunately, ahead of the tournament, we weren't allowed to get any more. So hopefully that'll be changed for Matchday 2. It does limit Frazer and Reece to what they can actually do going forward with the squad. And in a situation where you are 2-0 down and you're trying to do a bit more, your options are limited.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have to rely on that midfield. I mean, like in real life, Scotland are obviously favourable in the central midfield position, and we've got an abundance of players in there. It's now just hopefully finding the ones that work, that the ratings don't get hampered too much when they're played out of position.
Well, Fraser, he has made some changes at half-time. Andy Robertson's on now, albeit a little bit out of position. I think he's tried to change the shape a little bit to match up with Slovenia, so plenty of time yet.
Yeah, I was watching plenty of warm-up games this afternoon with Fraser, and not one opponent played with a fullback. So yeah,
Andy new world.
Andy Robertson struggling to get into the Scotland team here.
Bit of a more positive start this half, though. Oh,
just like that one run.
Thing you forget about Slovenia as well is that once we do break down their tactics, you've got Jan Oblak in goals as well, who's not too bad, not too shabby to have between the sticks.
Oh, John Suter unlucky there. And Charlie.
I thought that first one was a foul, Michael. That one in Suter.
Won't lie, I would have gave it.
There we go.
So still over 30 minutes in this game to go, so plenty of time for Fraser to grab a goal or two and set Reece up for the second leg. He's pulling that one back for a foul, definitely. So just a reminder of what we've got. Each game's 10 minutes. We've got 1-1. Every team's been balanced out. So where there will be variations in player ratings, teams overall will be rated fairly similarly. So as I said, we've got Portugal in our group, but doesn't mean Cristiano Ronaldo is any better than Ollie McBurney.
Just like real life.
Yeah. 100%. They've had to bring Ronaldo up to McBurney's level.
Exactly. That was a sore one. Could be a card coming out here for Forest.
The game has just got a little bit stop-start at the moment in time, which is not favouring Scotland.
Yeah, it suits the Slovenians, doesn't it? They're quite happy just to keep the ball, play for territory.
Again, just looking at the limitations of what we've got and how we've had to set up, we've currently got John Suter at right back, Daniel.
It's not his most recognised position, but needs must. Johnny Russell book, not Forest, rather.
There we go. Yep, and again.
That's a good ball.
Oh,
I tell you what.
Well, it's more encouraging from Scotland.
I was about to say that I thought that might be a penalty, Michael, but I think
as I was wishful thinking.
Bit ambitious. It's a good move, though.
Here come the Slovenians again, but cut out once again. And Scotland try to hit the home side on the counter-attack. Well, again, another foul in this game. Barry Bannon coming on for Ryan Fraser.
Wanted a bit more from Ryan Fraser, Michael. I thought he was one that would be able to get in behind Slovenia, but tough day at the office.
From a ratings perspective and an individual ratings perspective, Barry Bannon's winning Scotland's better players in terms of some of the individual stats. So
Okay.
hopefully can make an impact in this game. So this is Scotland's first game of 4 today. Each match that we're playing, so we're playing Slovenia first here, will be a two-legged affair. We've got Frazer Young, who's representing Scotland, up first, and he'll be followed by Reece Devlin. Reece is actually playing from Jersey today, Daniel.
Nice part of the world.
Yep. International recruitment consultant by trade, and that's 3-0 to Slovenia. And Reece is going to have to really do something to bring Scotland back into this game.
He's got his work cut out now, Michael. That is a crushing blow, that one, because at 2-0 back at Hampden, everything's to play for. 3-0 makes it that bit more difficult.
Again, Slovenians just finding a little bit of space and great finish. As I said, you can get yourself into the box, and with a clean strike, you're probably going to score. It's just the way the game has been set up.
It's a great little first touch here. Just
outside of the boot.
Yeah, it's a nice goal. You need to hold your hands up. That's a nice finish.
And if you're wondering why Frazer in a fitter age has not tried to skip the replays, is because he cannot.
That's the first thing I'd be doing, Michael.
Was it chance? Nice.
Oh, unlucky. Just think if we could sneak a wee goal here, it changes the entire shape of this tie.
It does. Just not managed to create too many opportunities, and I know Frazer will be disappointed with that so far. We'll hopefully get Frazer up for the second game while Reece is playing, and we'll find out a little bit more about how he found this game.
It's got to be offside. No. It's offside to me.
Here we go.
Oh, it's unlucky.
Less than 10 minutes of the match remaining. As Daniel, as you said, a goal here could shift the dynamic of this two-legged affair.
Absolutely. I mean, look, even without it, it'll be tricky, but it's still there for Reece in the second leg. You know, first goal goes to us, it changes everything. You know. Oh. The Slovenian lad has been good though, Michael. I think we need to say that. He's clearly knows what he's doing. Good player.
There we go. Entering the last 5 minutes. Liam Kelly with a goal kick. Right to, I want to say captain, but it's actually Charlie Mulgrew that seems to be captain of Scotland at the moment. And the Slovenians will be happy with that, just wasting a bit of time, letting that clock dwindle down. As they play a long ball up. Charlie Mulgrew caught underneath it a little bit there. Yeah, just struggling to get hold of the ball and really sort of penetrate the Slovenian defence this game. The Slovenia go to try and maybe just extend the lead a little bit more. 1 minute left of injury time. And that will be that. And it'll be a 3-0 defeat for Scotland in the opening game. As I said, fortunately, we have got a second leg in this away tie. So, look, Reece is up next. I think there's a chance from what you've seen of Slovenia. Obviously, it'll be a different player for Slovenia as well.
Yep.
In this, it'll be a whole different dynamic, a whole different setup for the game as well.
It's a cliche, Michael, but forget the first goal. It's all we play for.
Yeah, as I said, I think Fraser will be disappointed slightly with the opportunity or the limited opportunities that he managed to create in that game. I know, as I said, speaking to Fraser before, the way he likes to play is try and get on the front foot, and it just didn't really happen in the game there. But look, we've got plenty of time left this afternoon and going into the second match day that our opening 3-0 defeat's not gonna lose any sleep on this at the moment. So up next, Fraser Reece Devlin will be playing for Scotland, and he'll be playing the second game. Welcome back to match number 2 of our first game against Slovenia. We are currently 3-0 down from the first leg. We are joined by Frazer from the first game. So commentators are myself, Michael Bockel and Daniel. And Frazer, thoughts on that first game?
Very difficult. Domino from Slovenia, to be fair, had his team set up very well. Not as attacking as I thought it would be. And it really showed. I could not get the ball past his midfield.
And Domino's playing again for Slovenia against Reece, who's now playing for us. So, I mean, 3-0 is a bit of a mountain to climb a little bit, and a guy that sets up pretty well and tries to keep hold of the ball. How did you find the gameplay in that first game?
A lot slower than what I was used to. In the practice matches, I think the gameplay's been a bit faster. Felt a bit sluggish, to be honest. But I'll change it and I'll set it up differently for the next game.
Daniel, your thoughts on that first game?
It was a tough one for Fraser. We were watching it, Michael. It was just quite a frustrating game. Quite hard to get in behind the Slovenians. Very kind of, they were very tactical in terms of time wasting, keeping the ball. I think it'll be tricky, but if Reece can get the first goal, you never know where it can take you.
What are you expecting from Reece in this game, Fraser?
He'll be a similar style to the Slovenian, actually. Very defensive, very possession based. He likes to keep hold of the ball, Reece, and once he's got it, he's pretty hard to get off of. Just as I say that,
it's not the greatest of starts for Scotland. That's just 1-0 down in this game, which will be 4-0 on aggregate for the first game. So, look, obviously it's getting a lot more difficult in this first game, but a reminder of the format for anybody that's just joined us. It is a qualification group where you play everybody home and away. In this opening away game that we've got against Slovenia, there's 2 legs to that away game, and within that 2 legs, it is Fraser plays the first game, and Reece is playing the second game. Obviously, we're 4-0 down at the moment in time in this game. However, up next we've got Romania, we've got Liechtenstein after that, and Portugal before Matchday 2 in 2 weeks' time. So a long way to go in this qualification group. Top 1 from our group will qualify automatically for the finals in July, and then the runner-up will go into the runner-up phase. So, look, not the greatest of starts, but obviously good to get a game under the belt, Fraser.
Absolutely, we're off and running, but like I say, it would have been a better if we got off to a better start. Watching this, and Reece struggling here. He's very compact at the back, Reece.
I was just commenting on that in the first game, that you expect every game and every team is pretty much not playing many fullbacks.
Yeah, 4 centre back seems to be the standard these days. Obviously works well for a lot of teams. 3 up front as well, a very narrow. You can see, look at the Slovenians there, they're very compact.
We were commenting on the first game as well about a lot of teams are playing with 2-3 centre forwards, and we've only got Ollie McBurney as a centre forward in our squad.
Yeah, the way the squad is in the game, we do have 1 centre forward in Ollie McBurney, so it's a lot on his shoulders.
How did that impact your gameplay in terms of trying to mix things up?
Well, you'd love to have 3 centre forwards and just have them all bombing forward at the same time, but we just don't have that, so I have to play on the wings instead. We have James Forrest and Ryan Fraser. We also have Johnny Russell, so we've got wingers in our teams, just not centre forwards.
Any thoughts on this game so far?
Just saying, Reece having a nice spell of possession there, pinned Slovenia back, but as we've said, they're just so tricky to get in behind, so compact.
Yep, Reece has got a lot of the ball at the moment in time, which is great. It'll help them settle in after losing that early goal. I think the key thing for Scotland at the moment in time is not to concede again, and if we can get a goal before half time and sort of put a bit of pressure on in that second half.
If we can nick a goal, then great.
How did you find the qualification, Fraser?
It was a bit different because, of course, everyone's Scotland. There's no stat balancing in the qualifiers either. But it was very difficult, especially when I came up against Reece. In fact, pretty much everyone I played was very good.
You did. You played Reece in your opening qualifier, didn't you?
Did, and he put me out straight away.
Got your revenge later on, though.
Absolutely. You just see like a wall of Slovenians there.
We noticed that in the
Yeah.
first game. Once you went 2-0 up, he kind of just tightened things up even further.
Yep.
Smart gameplay. Obviously not ideal for us, though.
What do you do, Fraser, as a player when you're,
You're trying to chase it like this.
I held my breath there, but nightmare.
That was unlucky because the defender was there. He just didn't put a foot in.
So that is Slovenia 2-0 up on the night, as they say, and 5-0, unfortunately, on aggregate. Like as I said, this is the first game of several today. First game, and then we've got a second match day in 2 weeks' time. So, yeah, okay, we're going to be going in and we're going to start with an away defeat, but it's one game of 8. So, I mean, there'll be lessons to be learned from this game, Fraser, will there?
Definitely. There's a long way to go, like you say. So, all we need to do now is just get this out of the way and just get our chins up, get ready for the Romania game.
What were the realistic games coming into this? Was it to win the group, or did you have that eye on the runners-up place?
Well, Portugal are by far the favourites. Their 2 players are professionals, right enough. So, I think second would have been realistic, but you always have to go and try and win it, don't you?
Yeah, you do that.
Oh, good skill there. Oh, unlucky.
As I said, look, the beauty of the group qualifiers for this mirroring group qualifiers in real life, in that one game's not going to define your whole competition or qualification. And as Scotland come on the attack again, and this is the thing in this game, Reece has had probably the majority of the ball. Having not seen the stats, I'm assuming he's had majority of the ball, but he's just been hit by 2.
It's just 2 walls of
finishes,
Slovenian players, isn't it? It's just so difficult to get in behind. Oh, unlucky.
As I was saying a minute ago there, Fraser, before I was rudely interrupted by a Slovenian goal. What do you do when you're 5-0 down in aggregate? How do you change your formation? Do you make subs? What do you do?
One of the things you can do is when he's passing it about the back, you really want to get your players as close to them as possible. So what you can do is start marking the centre backs. Sounds ridiculous, but if you put the mark settings on to mark the centre backs, then your players will hover around them and obviously try and mark them. That's half time. So that gives you an option to get as close to them as possible. But when you've got a wall of 2 banks of 4 like that, it's tough. As you can see, tough.
Goal difference will come into play at the end of the qualifying campaign. So if teams are level on points, it will come down to goal difference. So look, obviously there's still a lot to play for, even if the game is probably a little bit out of reach. A couple of goals back in this can help come the end of the campaign should we be tied in points. So we shall be looking to really stamp his authority and be just create a couple more chances. But as we said in the first game, and as Fraser's commented on this game, that 2 banks of Slovenia, this defence is really proven difficult, especially when you're playing very narrow to try and get through. But
this will be a good chance. It's a good free kick in a good position.
What are free kicks like in this game?
Oh, he's done it.
What a strike.
Perfect. There you go. That's what they're like when you've got Mulgrew on them.
Big handsome Charlie stepping up there.
Rolling back the years.
That was a great goal. Well done.
So free kicks are easy then, yeah. It's a great goal, and as I was saying, obviously goal difference could come into play, so it's great, and the confidence booster for Reece and probably yourself as well, Fraser, that look, we got our first goal in this competition now, and it's really how do we crack on from here.
I guess if you're Reece, we've got 2-1, just try and get level, see what it takes us. As you say, Michael, every goal can matter. You never know where we're going to end up at the end of the group, so aye, that could be valuable.
So in each game, what has to happen is that your national representatives have to play at least against one of the opponents. So in this case, Slovenia have opted to play with the same player in the 2 games. So his partner will have to play the 2 home games or 2 away games for them, but the 2 games against Scotland in the next match day. What we've decided, Fraser and Reece decided amongst them, is that they're going to split it up each game. So it's interesting, and we were talking about this before the tournament kicked off, Fraser, that Romania have picked 4 players.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know why. I mean, obviously the option was there to pick 4 players, but why would you need 4 players? I'm not sure. Oh, good save. Oh, come on. It's worked out well. It's all right. Got away with it.
Got away with one there.
Go on, go for a run. There you see it straight away. There's just so many players back for him.
If that had gone in for a Slovenian goal, it's one of the ones you want to smash your controller up. Be going right
Go
through
on,
the
hit
telly.
it. Oh,
it's in!
Brilliant.
2-2 on the in this game, at 5-2 on aggregate. Mitrovic, what is he doing back there? What was he doing? But it doesn't really matter for Scotland. It's got us back into this game. It might not impact the overall result of the tie, but again, that's us now level on the day, and goals now starting to clock up for the goal difference.
Yep, a jammy goal, but we'll take it.
We nearly scored an embarrassing goal on goal, then they go up the other end and do it. That's the floodgates open, Fraser. I can feel
That's
it.
it.
I can feel it.
Half an hour left in this game.
Just another 3 to go.
You're saying it, and when you were in the warm-ups, Fraser, you had some high-scoring games yourself, didn't you?
Yeah, there was a lot of high-scoring games actually. This just really surprises me. I don't know if it's just the Slovenians or unlucky.
That was a good goal.
That was a good goal.
And then in this game, across 2 games, we've now had 8 goals, and it's now 6-2 on aggregate to Slovenia. But as I said, this is just first game of the group stage, so plenty of football left and opportunity for Scotland to really make their mark in this qualification campaign.
Cut right through us there, didn't they?
Yeah, it was that touch just before the shot there, just to take him past the defender. Once you're in the box, if you shoot, you probably will score.
See, I wasn't just saying that in the first game, Daniel.
Plenty of time here, guys. We'll get another equaliser. It'll all be fine.
Scott McTominay, of course, cover star.
Go on.
Cortez.
Oh, it's
surely.
got to be a penalty.
shocker.
Plainly.
Nudge was just enough to put him off.
That's outrageous. Oh!
Yes, that's a great finish.
Plenty of goals in this game, and as I said, that is encouraging that we are starting to be, or Reece is starting to be able to break down. Slovenia, okay, conceded 3 goals in this game, but obviously sets us up going into the next game against Romania. What are you expecting from Romania?
Romania will be very attacking, very fast-paced. I've actually played one of the Romanian guys before, so I will be expecting a lot of one-touch football, especially in the midfield, just to try and cut us open. So I think I'm going to need to change something to try and counter that. Maybe 5 at the back or something.
I was a wee bit concerned there with that goal that McBurney might have just been offside.
Yeah, there was a hint of offside there, but
I think he was just on, but
got away with it.
we'll take it any way we can.
Substitution for Scotland. Super John McGinn is on for Scott McTominay.
Oh,
Should have finished that. Seems to be a little bit of space through that central defence there. Slovenian will be kicking himself for missing that one. Of course, ahead of these qualifiers, Fraser, you made your TV debut.
indeed. I got to go on a Talk of the Terrace on BBC Scotland. It was great fun actually, being at Hampden, getting our photos taken, getting interviewed for it. Of course it was pouring when we were on the pitch getting our photos, but that's to be expected at Hampden, I think.
Just Scotland in general at the moment. This is Scotland's first esports team, the Pro Evolution team. There'll be a FIFA team being announced start of April, which, I mean, it's an interesting time, isn't it, Fraser, in terms of, and Daniel, I suppose to you, I know Talking Balls have done a few things with gaming, but it's just something that is growing and growing, isn't it?
It's becoming huge, isn't it? I mean, we've talked a little bit about the professional players, which still in my mind's kind of mind blowing, but I wonder where we'll be in a few years actually. That's become huge.
Yeah, it really has taken off. And like we're seeing with this, UEFA and FIFA are starting to take it a lot more seriously now.
Yep, so this is qualifiers for UEFA eEURO 2020 for anybody that's just joined us. The finals take place between the semi-finals and the final of the main Euro 2020 competition. So there is 16 teams and 16 places available for this. The group winners of each qualifying group will qualify automatically. Runners-up will go into a second group phase where there's a second opportunity. So, as I said, still plenty to play for, despite Scotland being 6-3 down on aggregate at the moment. This is just game number 1. We're up next is Romania at 5 o'clock, followed by Scotland v Liechtenstein at 6 o'clock, and then Portugal v Scotland, who I believe UEFA are also live streaming that whole match as well via their channels. So in Portugal, favourites for this group based on the pro player, so I'm expecting a good game there, Fraser. We'll be fully warmed up by that point.
Absolutely, we'll be ready for them by then.
Oh,
it's going to be a penalty, surely.
yes.
Oh, come on.
This referee's at it.
It's a very lenient referee, I'd say.
Oh,
He gives that one.
I don't believe that. That was it. That was the chance.
That should have been a penalty and 6 months in Berlin for that defender. It must be hard though, being a player when something that's not given. You must want to take.
Oh, you start shouting and swearing at the TV, of course.
And that's why we've got you on mute.
That's a decent effort.
Charlie couldn't do it 2 times in a row though.
Still time for a winner here. Oh.
Great tackle. Oh,
Yeah, that was a great tackle, you're right.
you can see he clearly got the ball. That's an excellent tackle.
Oh.
He's held down, holding his space as well.
This referee's got questions to answer.
Okay, we're coming in. Injury time now. 3-3. 4 minutes injury time. As I said, Scotland's next match is against Romania, kicking off in not long actually. So Fraser, we'll have to get you off of this sharpish to get back into position for that game.
Yep, I think I'll head downstairs right on full time. Nearly there now.
Okay, so it's looking like 6-3 to Slovenia in the opening game. Overall aggregate score. We'll play Slovenia again in the return fixture.
Oh no! Go away with it there.
Too. So that's it for our first opening game. We've lost 6-3. Fraser is about to leave us and join the game again downstairs where we face Romania in our second game. All the best, Fraser.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck, Fraser.
Cheers.
1-2, 1-2.
1-2, 1-2.
Hello and welcome back to our second game. Apologies for the delayed kickoff. Seems to have been some technical issues with the network. But we're here now. Scotland in their second game against Romania. Reece is playing against Romania, who Romania won their first game 2-1 against Portugal, Daniel.
Massive result for them. Portugal, obviously, with the two professional esports players. So they'll be absolutely buzzing. But I'm still confident here, Michael. Definitely confident Reece can do the business here.
So we are second game of our qualification, where we have got 4 games. We lost 6-3 to Slovenia in the first game, which was a tough game, wasn't it?
Very tough game. Slovenians, extremely hard to break down, very organised and very clinical as well.
They are now facing Liechtenstein. We are in a group phase where we are playing home and away against every side, and our group is Slovenia, Romania, Liechtenstein and Portugal. We play each team home and away, as I said. It's 2 legs, so we play 2 games. Essentially, our 2 players both play against the team. So at the moment in time, we've got Reece, who is playing against Romania, and Romania have 4 players to pick from. We've only got 2. Interesting tactic from the Romanians.
A strange tactic by all accounts. I think they're the only country that's went with 4 players. But having beaten Portugal, the complete with 2 professional esports players in their first game, they'll be on cloud 9, I imagine. So it'll be tricky, but I'm still very confident that we can do the business.
So Reece, Devlin representing Scotland here, and I think we're in for an interesting game. As we were saying in the first game, everything seems quite compact through the middle. The usual setup seems to be 4 centre backs, as many strikers as 2 or 3 as you can get, and plenty of centre midfielders. As we were saying in the first game as well, unfortunately Scotland have been set up with only one centre forward in their squad, Ollie McBurney. So we are slightly more limited on what we can play as a formation.
Yeah, I think having three goals in the last game, Reece against Slovenia, he'll be pretty confident still being able to put a couple past Romania here. It's strange the way it's set up, but Reece and Fraser are Scotland's other player, very experienced lads in this sort of terrain, Michael. I'm sure they can navigate their way through it.
So yeah, it was a 3-3 in Reece's game, and there's a chance for Scotland, as I was just speaking there. Yeah, it was 3-3 for when Reece played. Obviously, it had a lot to do after being 3-0 down from Fraser's game, but encouraging signs from Reece in terms of being able to cut open what was a very compact. And there's a chance for Romania. So it's end-to-end already in this game.
It looked offside maybe, that Romanian chance, but we had a bad experience with the referee in the last one, Michael, and my heart can't take another match like that. I think he was onside, to be fair. As I say, Reece scored 3 times in the last game. He'll be confident. He'll know how to break this Romanian team down. And it's been a good start by both teams.
So, as again, just a reminder for anybody new that's joined us, the top team from the qualifying group will qualify automatically for eEURO 2020, which takes place in July. Runner-up of the group goes through to a second groups phase where there is plenty of opportunity where 3 of the 5 teams will qualify. So the top 2 in this group, and I think you put yourself either at the tournament or in a very good position.
Yep.
As Romania come through on the attack there.
Nice defending there by David Bates.
So yeah, as we were saying, there are 4 players from Romania. It's Christian Raju, who is playing currently for Romania, a 31-year-old. And I think this is an interesting thing when you look at the makeup of the squads that are in our group. It is a mixture of young and old throughout, and obviously Pro Evolution Soccer, PES, whatever you want to call it, it has been around for a while, and we're seeing the squads have various ages. And the chance for Scotland. That is unfortunate.
Inside the area, Michael, you back him to score, but right at the goalie.
Encouraging though as we go in the attack, looking for our first win in this qualifying campaign as we in game number 2.
Two good chances, Michael. We need to take these chances. We can't be left ruining them at the end.
Here come Romania again though. There's
get rid of it. Thank God.
Well, the Romanians will be kicking themselves. That's 2 chances of really good opportunities after a mistake at the back there, and they've not hit the target.
Both teams with 2 big chances. It feels like neither of them want to score, but that was a let-off. That should be a goal for Romania, but I think we got away with it.
So, as I said, this is match number 2, game number 1, if that makes sense for everybody who's keeping up at home. First leg, and it's Reece playing for Scotland. As we go chasing the opener. Not looked out, but we'll try and play continues. This game is wide open.
Much more end-to-end than the Slovenia game, Michael. I mean, the last one, I think the first game Fraser had, he didn't even get a shot on target. I mean, this one's anyone's game at the minute.
Another great opportunity for Ollie Burke there.
How did he save that?
Well, funny enough, in the last game, Fraser saying get in the box, shoot, and there's pretty much you're near guaranteed to score, and that is a fantastic save.
Ball's almost behind him, he's clawing it out. That was an amazing save.
He puts a hand up in acknowledgement of just how good a save that was. Scotland corner though.
This is encouraging though. 3 good chances already, really. I would bet that there's more to come.
It is encouraging, especially as we know that Romania beat Portugal, who you'd argue were the group favourites. After that score, I spoke to Reece got a message off him, and he was saying that he expects Romania to try and run away with this group now after that win. And on this evidence, though, I'd say we're giving them a good game, and unlucky not to be ahead so far.
Absolutely. I mean, they'll point to the 2 chances they've had, but we had 3 of our own, and overall had more of the ball, more of the territory. I think we've been a better team so far. Long way to go, though.
Romania on the attack again. They've had 2 good chances in this game so far and missed the target on both times. Scotland with plenty of opportunities of their own. Keeper pulling off some good saves so far, so get a goal before the break. I think we said that in every game so far. Would you believe this keeper who's on course for man of the match already? I'm calling it now, Daniel.
I don't think it's I don't think it's a hard one to call. I'd put my money on it as well. How has he saved that?
Here we go again. Scotland again. Good tackle. And that is at half time. And how is that not Scotland ahead in that game?
Unbelievable. I mean, as I say, Romania have had 2 of their own chances, but what, 3 or 4 gilt-edged opportunities for Scotland. I'm not pointing the finger at anyone. I think 2 of them was Ollie Burke, but I'm sure he'll make up for it in this half.
One for the Rangers fans. Haji's come on at half time. Just had a message off of Reece at half time there, and he's like, how are we not winning this game?
Feel your pain, Reece, feel your pain.
Reece, originally from Edinburgh, currently in Jersey, in case people are wondering why he keeps sending me messages. He's playing this from the Channel Islands. Hibs fan.
He's definitely got the beating of that Romanian defence every time. He has to pick wee holes in it.
Oh, nice touch. Is this the opportunity? Is it? That is disappointing, and Reece will be very disappointed with that. That's a well worked, some great touches, good pass, opened the chance up for himself, and he's just put it past the post. Still encouraging though, and I think 62% possession, majority of the chances is coming, isn't it, Daniel?
Underlines our dominance so far. We've been really good. And Chris Burke there, brilliant through ball for McBurney. You'd have put your house on him scoring for there, but
Chris Burke made a comeback.
Oliver Burke rather.
Hey, 35, he's still doing it.
He's still a top player, Chris Burke.
Well, and I'd be annoyed with that one, just giving away the throw in there when there was no pressure. Win it back though. We're half an hour left in this game. Scotland with, as we said, the majority of the chances, and this is where the wingers, where we've been talking about the lack of fullbacks in this game, is an opportunity for Scotland through the likes of Forrest and Fraser to really sort of exploit those gaps.
Yeah, we saw it there with Forrest just steaming away, but I'm just gutted we've not managed to find that goal, Michael. I mean, at least 4 really good chances, but there's going to be a goal in it, isn't there?
You'd hope so. As I said, this is match number 2 for Scotland after a 6-3 2-leg defeat in the first game. We're up against this first leg against Romania. We've got 2 more matches after this. We're playing Liechtenstein, due to kick off at 6 o'clock, but we were a delay in kick off for this one, so it might be a little bit later. And then Portugal after that at 7 o'clock. So, you know, there's a lot of football to be played, and it's very encouraging. Reece will be picking up a lot of confidence from this game and the last game where he put 3 goals past Slovenia. It's just, if we can find a bit of the finishing from that first game in this game, and we would be sitting a little bit more comfortable than we are here, as it's still 0-0.
I think the Romanian players maybe taking a bit aback as well. They've looked at us lose comfortably to Slovenia. They've just beat Portugal, but it's certainly not going to form. We've been by far the better team.
And this is it. You'll be guaranteed that Romania will be changing the player for the next game.
Yeah.
It was something where we decided that we would. We've only got 2 players, so we went with both players playing against Slovenia, where Slovenians stuck with the same player. Romania with 4 players. They need everybody to be playing as part of the rules. So, yeah, an interesting one where will Reece decide after this game and speak to Fraser and go, I'll tell you what, I want to never pop at them just now.
Yeah.
If you were in Reece's shoes?
Absolutely. I think I'd feel almost like unfinished business, you know.
Romania trying to. I don't think Romania have had a shot in this half, so it's probably the commentator's curse right there. But again, looking to open them up down the wings if we can. Hadji with foul there. %61% down. I think it's just echoed, and then Johnny Russell's now on for Ollie Burke.
Hopefully he can provide the killer instinct we've been missing.
Barry Bannon for Stuart Armstrong and Kenny McLean for McTominay. So he's gone for the triple substitution with 12 minutes to go.
Interesting. If we can just fashion one more chance.
You'd want to be going in that second game with a slender advantage at least.
Especially when you played this well. You deserved it.
Romania looking for that sucker punch though.
Just happy having some of the ball, Romania. They were starved of it for a while.
That's it. They're looking to. Oh, I was about to say looking to keep hold of the ball there, but and now we come on the attack, and that's a great ball. Oh, just didn't click onto the right player there. Here we go. Just a few minutes left of the game. Scotland on the attack again. Ryan Fraser, bit of space for him. Oh, he's done well. He's cut it across. Oh,
It's unlucky. That was really good from Fraser. Him and Forrest have been much more potent in this second game.
going into added time. Scotland currently 0-0, but he's just joined us, had a lot of the ball, plenty of chances. We've just not found the breakthrough yet. Oh! And that's us, 0-0 after the first game, and Reece will be encouraged by the performance there, but I'm sure he'll be disappointed with not being able to break the deadlock.
I think it has to go down as a missed opportunity, Michael. I mean, that's one of the better teams, one of the guys that Reece fancies to go all the way, and he completely outplayed them. Best chances.
So we'll be back very shortly for the second game, as it's currently 0-0 after the first leg. We'll see you soon. Here we go. Game number 2 against Romania. 0-0 from the first leg. It was as we were saying in the last game, a frustrating game in that we just weren't able to convert the chances.
Romania will know they got away with one, Michael, in the last one. Hopefully, if we can create even half the chances we did in the first game, I think we'll definitely take one of them this time.
So Reece is playing again for Scotland, which means come 2 weeks' time, Fraser will be playing both games against Romania. Romania, because they've got 4 players in their national squad, they have had to mix it up and put somebody else in. So it'll be a different game for Reece this time around.
I understand why Reece would want to play the second game. He'd be frustrated with that first game, not taking any of the chances. But overall, he played brilliantly, played really well. If he can play that way again, I think Romania be in for a tough one.
So this is game number 2 of today's match day. After Scotland's opening defeat 6-3 over 2 legs to Slovenia, we are at home to Romania, 0-0 from the first leg. In case anybody's wondering, it's just joined us. Each game has 2 legs to it, so we are into the second leg of the Romania game. We will be playing Liechtenstein next. Game scheduled to kick off just after 6, and then we have got Portugal away in the last game. So early days in the group. Slovenia, who are slightly ahead and have finished their game, have beat Liechtenstein 5-2 over 2 legs. So Slovenia, good start for them, strong start after a 6-3 win over Scotland. Romania, who beat probably favourites for the group, Portugal 2-1 in the opening game, means Scotland win here and this group is wide open.
Absolutely. I think the Slovenians will be the one to watch, maybe the dark horse. I mean, I thought they were extremely hard to break down in the games against us, even though Reece did score 3 times in the second leg. I think you're right, Michael. If we can get away with a win here, it's anyone's group.
Scotland on the attack. But well cleared by the Romanians. Slightly different setup for the Romanians this time. You can see a bit more open when they're going forward, where Scotland, though, much like the first game, lots of the ball. Romania looking to try and get the ball clear, and they are going to try and hit Scotland on the counter attack. So playing for Romania is Adrian Irma, who is one of the younger ones. As I said, they've got 4 players in their squad. Adrian's 22. It's a cynical challenge there.
Was a bad one.
From Pez cover star McTominay. Don't see that in the adverts. Here we go. Scotland trying to exploit the space. Well covered. Romania playing pretty much a similar formation to what we've seen, I was talked about before, which is the trend in Pez to play as many centre backs as you can, keep it narrow and play as many strikers as you can as well. It really seems to be the way that you get a lot of success. Obviously there's variations of it, so anybody that's listening going, you don't know what we're talking about. It seems to be the common thing, whereas, as I've been saying before, and we've stressed it on the earlier games, Scotland are limited in how they can play. We've only got 1 centre forward in the setup, in the squad, so we have to really sort of try to use the likes of James Forrest, Johnny Russell, Ryan Fraser.
Yep. Forrest and Fraser in the first game against Romania were given a lot of space out wide. If this Romanian player was watching, it's definitely an area that he'd need to tighten up in. It's peculiar, that, Michael, the 4 centre halves, the way that Pez players play. It's kind of an odd way to find success, but it works.
It is, and I found in the warm-up game where Fraser tends to like to play with 3 at the back, and at times would have Scott McKenna go out and fill out that full-back role in possession. So the beauty of Pez is you set up your tactics with when you're with the ball and when you've not got the ball. So it works. Obviously, people find a way to make it work, and with us, we need to make it work with how we've got with our one striker. Hopefully by match day 2, we've put the request in that we get more centre forwards.
If they could bring Kenny Dalglish out of retirement, that would be most welcome.
I think we'll just settle for a wee Griffiths maybe.
That'll do. That'll do. Oh, good save.
Great save. Oh, Reece will be disappointed. Defenders just seem to be static there, and against arguably they're in a play there, Don.
I would say so. I mean, there's not been the kind of litany of chances in this game at all, but you'd expect your defender to get to that.
I know that's been one of the frustrations from the boys. This gameplay in the tournament's been slightly different. I'm not trying to make excuses for them at all, but things like there where they've just not reacted in the way that you'd probably expect them to react.
I think it was the virtual Charlie Mulgrew there that you just expect him to throw himself at it, but I mean, there's not been a lot of chances in this one. We can't get our heads down though. Still plenty of time to go.
Yeah, Reece is creating plenty of opportunities, so just now need to find a bit more, be a bit more clinical, and we should be okay.
Oh, here we go, free kick right on the edge of the area. Oh, flashbacks to
the Slovenia game.
Yeah, Charlie Mulgrew put one right in the top bin.
Scotland with the majority of the ball, but not as much as we saw in the first game. And they're just Romania looking a bit more threatening. Oh, great save by Liam, and a double save.
Brilliant goalkeeping there. I definitely think Reece will be frustrated at the lack of chances in this game compared to the first, but still plenty of time to go, and it's not as though I think in the bulk of play it's been very even.
I'm just going to claim that we're a second half team because as things stand, we've gone through. There's our fourth game and not scored a first half goal yet, so Romania will be again missing the target. We saw that a couple of times in the first game.
After a tight opening half hour where there was no chances really for anyone, Romania have taken a grip of this. I think Reece needs to get to half time. Now if you can get to half time without conceding another, regroup, maybe make a sub or two.
That we just come into the half-time whistle. 1 minute added time was all we were allocated, and there goes the half-time whistle. Scotland 1 down at the break, had the chances again like the first leg, just not managed to convert them yet, but encouraging signs there.
Reece has got a determined streak in him. You can see the way he plays. I think he'll fashion at least one golden chance. Hopefully he takes it.
Could do with 2 for the 3 points.
2 at least.
So just a reminder, this is our second game. We lost 6-3 to Slovenia in the first game. Second leg of this match, 0-0 from the first. Each match is 2 legs. We play everybody home and away. This has got Scotland Liechtenstein coming up after this. I know Frazer is itching to get back on, and we've got Portugal Scotland.
Great ball.
Chance.
Yeah, goal!
That was what we were looking for. That was your chance that you were looking for. Ollie Burke.
Great finish from Ollie Burke.
That's us. So, I mean, scored early at the start of the second half. Without trying to throw in too many cliches. Great time to score. Gives a whole half now to really sort of press on with this advantage of where, away goals don't count in this game. So we're not in any position where we're going to have to worry about getting beaten that way. If the game finishes 1-1, it's a point each. The way the group's gone, we want the 3 points, don't we?
Absolutely. There was no messing about from Reece there. No cutting it back. No try to side foot it under the goalie. First touch, smashed it. Top bang.
Romania get us underway after conceding that early second half goal. We scored 3 goals in the second half of the Slovenia game. They'd be looking to do the same, wouldn't they?
We'd take that right now, I think.
You've got to be wary about the Romanians, though. They had their chances in the first half, both games. The corner here, and they've started picking up the possession. They've started dominating a bit more of the ball, which is it's fine if we're happy to give up possession if we're going to score the goals. But that was a big part of Reece's game in the first game, was the possession play and creating those chances.
I do think at the minute this really could go either way, but I'm confident Reece he's got enough about him to get through this. He's obviously, you've said, Michael, he's not with us. Reece's in Jersey at the moment, but I could feel him jumping up and down in his living room. Coffee table turned over when Ollie Buck slotted that home.
Scotland just trying to find and get a grip of the ball again after scoring that goal. Create more chances. There's a ball there, could be played.
Oh!
That's Romanian goalkeeper.
I think it's supernatural, the saves that he's making now.
First game man of the match, and he has just kept the Romanians in it.
It's ridiculous.
So they'll be looking to restart the play. Long kick. Charlie beating in the air there. It's interesting. Reece decides to play with David Bates, and Fraser goes for John Souttar. I was speaking to Fraser before, and Fraser just likes there's a couple of different bits about John Souttar's gameplay that suits his style of play. So interesting, obviously, despite it's meant to be all ratings balanced out and teams pretty even, the players still have their own personal preferences when it comes to.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Barry Bannon's one of the better rated players for Scotland, but in both for Reece and Fraser, I've noticed they've started them on the bench again, obviously suiting the different style of gameplay for maybe when they're trying to chase the game.
Yeah. I think was it Fraser brought Barry Bannon on the first game against Slovenia?
Yeah. Looking for a searching cross there, but not quite hitting its target.
I've been mega impressed, Michael, with the virtual Charlie Mulgrew's left foot is a wand. Not that it isn't in real life, but
Charlie will be looking to see if he can make the Scotland squad, which will be announced next week for the playoff against Israel. Final tickets are available, not many. It's on course to be a sellout. Scotland go with 20 minutes to go, looking for the winner. That would give us the first win in the group after an opening round defeat to Slovenia. A few tactical changes being made at the moment in time. What do you think Reece needs to do in this final 20 minutes?
These changes here could be absolutely crucial. I've said that a few times, but down that right hand side with Forrest, they've been getting a bit of joy, but maybe Ryan Fraser as well. He's one of the quicker players. It's hard to put your finger on because he's created chances. Another fantastic save from the goalkeeper. I'm confident we'll get another one.
As things stand, both teams will be a point. Romania won their opening game 2-1 against favourites Portugal, 2-1. Scotland lost 6-3. So Romania, I think, would be happier with a point here. It set them up in good position. Slovenia have won their opening, their second game as well. They beat Liechtenstein 5-2. So I think if Reece can find an opportunity here to snatch a winner, as we've said before, this group is wide open.
I think when you look at over the two games against Romania, we'd really be letting them away with one if we drew both games. I mean, looking at the chances in both games, this one okay, there hasn't been that many chances, but that save a few minutes ago for the goalie was special.
Just playing it out. Forrest, as you mentioned earlier, with the ball. Burke, who's been impressive in this game.
Absolutely.
There's a chance for Burke.
Oh!
And the keeper again.
Oh!
That is a great block. I tell you, they're holding on the Romanians.
I don't even know what to say, Michael. That's absolutely remarkable. We've had so much good fortune over the two games.
We'll definitely be thanking the goalkeeper after this, a former Man City man. Oh, is this a chance for Romania to snatch out the death? Offside.
I know we're biased, Michael, but honestly, this should 3 or 4 winters. This should be.
I'm not going to argue with you. Five minutes left to go. Still feel there's another chance in this game for Reece in Scotland. Although the Romanians will be looking to hit on the counter attack, he's surely offside. And he is. That's what we just got to be wary of. This counter attack from Romania. They said would be the happier of the two for the draw, but Scotland just need to get hold of the ball in the last couple of minutes. Switch out to Forrest. Can't find his man though. Barry Bannon, second half substitute. Fraser. Winger's just not been able to hold on to the ball at the moment as we go into injury time. Needs to find the ball. Oh, it's let it slip. Is this the chance for Romania to steal at the end? No, and I think the final whistle's going to bring it to an end. 1-1 in this game, 1-1 overall on aggregate. It gives Scotland their first points on the board. I know I've just seen a message from Reece. His words are, so gutted we didn't pick up 3 points there, and I think that's understandable given the chances.
2 words, Michael: daylight robbery. They've got away with one, Romania. Fair play to them. Points on the board, but we should have won that.
Yep. Up next, we have got Liechtenstein 6 o'clock, and then we have got Scotland v Portugal, Portugal v Scotland. We are away at 8 o'clock tonight. So, yeah, another chance against Liechtenstein, who lost their opening game against Slovenia, as did Scotland. So, yeah, a chance for Scotland maybe to get their first one. We'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to eEURO 2020 qualifying. Scotland in action against Liechtenstein this time around. Follows the opening games against Slovenia, 6-3 defeat and unfortunate 1-1 draw against Romania down.
It should have been the 3 points in the bag, Michael. I mean, we had created so many chances, and not just good chances, some real gilt-edged chances. But confident with Fraser at the helm here, we can get our first win on the board.
Yep, so Fraser, after sitting out the Romanian games, is now in against Liechtenstein. For those who are just joining us, it is home and away against every team in the group. Of those, each game is two-legged affair. So in this game we are playing our home game against Liechtenstein, and it'll be a two-legged affair against them. Fraser playing first for Scotland, Reece sitting this one out, and Fraser will be disappointed. I think we spoke to him after the first game. He joined us on comms, and a 3-0 defeat wasn't really reflective of Fraser as a player or as the style of football he likes to play.
I think as well, the Slovenians were so hard to get in behind, so well organised. As I've said, I think they'll be one of the dark horses. Fraser, you'll know how to put that wrong right rather in this game.
So Liechtenstein coming in also lost to Slovenia in their opening game. They lost 5-2. They've only got 2 players. They actually only had 1 online qualifier as well. Obviously, a country of Liechtenstein's size haven't got many Pro Evolution Soccer players, but this is the beauty of these qualifiers, is every team's ratings are balanced out, so they've got as good a chance as anybody, and they've managed to score against what we know is a tough Slovenian outfit. So I'm sure they've been looking at our results as well and going, I tell you what, they probably fancy our chances here.
It's early stages, but they started quite confidently in this one anyway, holding the ball well. I don't think there's going to be any easy games, Michael, in this tournament.
Is that another cliche we can tick off?
I've got a cliche bingo in front of me here, bingo cards.
Good cross in, unfortunate. So yeah, slight changes to Fraser's setup, as we've discussed already. He likes 3 at the back. He does favour Johnny Russell as his right forward. McGinn in midfield, I think it's different as well to Reece, and John Suter instead of David Bates. So slightly different setup. They play slightly different styles, but as I said, Fraser will be expecting to open his account in this game. 10-minute games for anybody that is wondering. Game is set to superstar level. It is 1v1. No injuries, which is handy for a team that's only got 1 centre forward like ourselves.
Because you know if there was injuries, McBurney would get injured in the very first tackle he went into.
Guaranteed. And you can make a maximum of 3 subs. Message from Reece just reflecting on that Romania game. He thought they were okay. No world beaters is what he was telling me. Urma there, who was just playing, Adrian Urma, he was deemed their best player. He's good, but Reece did well.
Absolutely, aye. That's a good summation. I mean, I definitely, I know we're biased, but I definitely think we were good value for the win. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
And it just shows that there is points to be won against everybody in this group. And that opening defeat against Slovenia is one that I'll probably, next game I'm not even going to mention it, because there is that much more to be played. As I said, the second match day is in 2 weeks' time. We've got another round of fixtures, so there's a long way to go in this qualifying campaign. And in this game, Fraser looking to try and fashion a couple of chances. I think that was one thing lacking from that game against Slovenia, was the lack of chances on Fraser's behalf, and as I said, when he came up and spoke to us after, he was disappointed with it.
It's been a real chess game so far, Michael. It's like first half's flown by. I don't think either keeper's really seen the ball, have they?
No, that's it. Unlike the Romania game where there was plenty of opportunities, it's been a lot more keep hold of the ball and see what you can do. Just finding that clinical pass has just gone a bit awry in this game so far. As Liechtenstein come on the attack, and that's a chance. And that is a big chance for the visitors, and they'll be disappointed not to score there.
You should have buried that. You should have absolutely buried that.
It's not even pulled a save off the keeper. He will be kicking himself, and he knows it.
Having flashbacks, Michael, to that Liechtenstein Scotland game, Was it 2007?
The
Something like that.
Stephen McManus,
Steve McManus night.
97th minute winner.
I would tell you what, I would take that right now.
We'll take a win, definitely. McBurney, oh unlucky, looking for the ball to Fraser, just couldn't quite find it. McBurney again though, muscled off the ball in the box. There's a chance, Ollie,
It's a goal!
and it's the opener for Scotland. Fraser's first goal, the Sheffield United man, 1-0. And
Great finish, brilliant finish.
just Scotland came into that game just at the end of that first half there, and probably Fraser will be delighted to open his account.
I want to see the goal again, obviously, but it was a fantastic through ball. And initially worried that McBurney might have been offside. He's definitely onside. I mean, you've seen so many chances missed to keep his cool like that. Fantastic goal.
Especially Liechtenstein up the other end just moments ago, miss a great chance, try to run out the back with it, lose it, and then that through ball is delightful.
I think I might be wrong. I think it might be Charlie Mulgrew again. This has been Charlie's tournament. Is that number 17 now?
No.
Great ball, whoever it was.
1-0 to Scotland just before the break. McTominay.
Great ball.
Pez cover star McTominay. And that is a half-time whistle. So Scotland 1-0 up at the break. Great opportunity to go into build up a lead going into the second leg, but for Fraser, delighted for him because I know he was kicking himself after that first game. Straight into the action now, second half. What do you think Fraser needs to do in this half?
It's a difficult one because in the previous games up till now, it's all been about take your chances. This game, we've had one chance taken, it scored. I don't want to tempt fate. Liechtenstein don't look like a team who will create too many chances, more hard to break down, but I don't know. It's been an interesting half.
Scotland looking to build out from the back. All three centre backs having a touch of the ball there. Charlie Mulgrew mopping up. McTominay. Great ball. Forrest. Oh, he's looking for the return of McBurney. Nearly, but not quite.
I think could have maybe pulled the trigger when it first went to McBurney there, but it was a good move.
Liechtenstein on the attack now. And Charlie Mulgrew mopping up again for Scotland, which he's done. He's playing as these three centre backs, as the central centre back. He has been seeing a lot of the ball. So Scotland 1-0 up, 30 minutes to go. This was the third match of the afternoon. First leg against Liechtenstein, following a 1-1 draw against Romania and a 6-3 defeat to Slovenia. Liechtenstein losing their opening game 5-2 to Slovenia. So a win here, and go into the second leg, and really as we go into our final game against Portugal, it is a great opportunity for Scotland.
Definitely. I mean, there's been one chance for each team so far in this game. It really has been mega tight, so I think really Fraser just has to concentrate on not conceding.
Okay, and I'm off and up. Notice that Liam Kelly is in goal for Scotland. Both Reece and Fraser have favoured Liam Kelly. Got to admit, it is a slightly interesting Scotland squad where it's a mix of players that have been in and around the Scotland squad for the last few years, but some notable absentees as well. But there's a good team here. It's just unfortunately we've only got the one centre forward, as we keep saying, and we don't want to be making excuses for ourselves because it's not the case, but it does hamper your options going forward. Although here's a chance for Scotland on the counter attack. Is he going to square it? Oh, that was a real opportunity there with men over. So 20 minutes left in the game. Scotland 1-0 up in this first leg. This is their home fixture against Liechtenstein. They play their away fixture, believe it or not, in 2 weeks' time. 4 ties across each match day for a total 8 games. Group winner qualifies automatically for eEURO 2020 in July. There's a great ball over the top. Forest doesn't have the ball under control, unfortunately. Yeah, as I was saying, the runner-up will go into the second opportunity to qualify. And here's Johnny Russell for a chance. Oh, that is just showboating there. I thought he had missed the opportunity, but Scotland are 2-0 up against Liechtenstein.
My heart couldn't take that. I don't know how Fraser feels right now, but when he squared that across the face, I thought the chance was gone. But
that is a calmness.
That's calmness I've never known.
Oh, Liechtenstein will be kicking themselves a leave out because there was an opportunity to cut that ball out, but let's be honest, who really cares? It's 2-0 to Scotland.
I don't think anyone was expecting a cut back there. That's a brilliant goal, looks really good as well. And finally, a bit of breathing room, bit of daylight.
Yeah, a 2-0 lead would be a good one to go into this second game and get some first points on the board for Scotland. A third goal, though, give a bit more comfort. But as I was saying, yeah, the runner-up will go get a second opportunity to qualify in the group. So there's a lot to play for in terms of chances to qualify. And I think at this stage, any team will be fancying it. So we will be straight into the second leg not long after this first game, as we've got just about 7 minutes left on the clock plus added time. Currently 2-0 to Scotland. Fraser playing for Scotland. Oh, another chance for Liechtenstein there.
It's a sore one for Liechtenstein because they'll be thinking back to that opportunity at 0-0 in the first half, what might have been, but again, we've been really good value, I think, Michael, for a win here.
Few minutes left, a couple of changes I think coming away for Scotland. Seen Barry Bannon come on a couple of times already. Oh, yellow card there for Scott McTominay. That was a late one. Not seen the replay on that one.
That was a bad one.
That was an X-rated one. That. Yep, he's just going to play it long, I think. As Barry Bannon comes on for Callum McGregor. We've only had 2 shots in this game, but taken both of them. It hasn't been a game full of chances like the Romania game, but a 2-0 scoreline, we'll take that.
Absolutely. After that Romania game, you'll take a 100% conversion rate.
There's McBurney. Oh, and we'll take a third goal. It's 3-0 to Scotland, and Ollie McBurney. 2 minutes left on the clock. Brilliant.
What a finish. What a finish this is. A great first touch, great finish. And again, I'm ticking off all of my co-commentator cliches, but that is the icing on the cake.
Of course, there is a second leg to come, and we will not get ahead of ourselves, but it puts us in a very strong position for that game. So Scotland 3, Liechtenstein 0. We are into final minute just about, plus any added time. You'd expect once Fraser gets hold of the ball, he'll just look to hold on to it, pull the Liechtenstein team out. Yep, just holding on to it. Let that clock run down as he says that, and Fraser gives it away. But there we go, final whistle. Scotland 3, Liechtenstein 0. We've got the second leg coming up very shortly, but that is a good opportunity for Scotland going into that second leg.
Absolutely buzzing. Great to have that win in the board. As I say, that chance just showing up just now of Liechtenstein's in the first half. It's a good chance, but thoroughly deserved win.
Okay, just bear with us. We'll be back shortly as we get the second leg of Scotland v Liechtenstein. Hello and welcome back to the second leg of Scotland versus Liechtenstein. Scotland 3-0 up from the first leg. Game underway. This is match number 3. Scotland v Liechtenstein after a 1-1 draw against Romania and a 6-3 defeat to Slovenia. We were talking earlier, Daniel, about how wide open this group could be, and as things stand, the latest score in the Portugal-Slovenia game is 3-0 to Portugal. So, who got beat by the Romanians in the opening game. We drew with Romania, got beat by Slovenia, currently beating Liechtenstein. Tell you,
It's open, I know. It's definitely open. I mean, I think with here we go, chance. Oh, that's a good save. With the two professional esports players, Portugal the big favourites, but beaten by Romania. And then obviously we've seen Romania firsthand. No world beaters, no decent team, but nothing to really fear. So it's anyone's game at the minute.
So we face Portugal in our next game at 8 o'clock, which I believe UEFA are also streaming. So obviously they've seen it as a tie the 8 o'clock kickoffs. But this is match day number 1, playing every team home and away. So again, for those that have stuck with us through the stream, apologies for repeating ourselves, but I know there's people coming in and out of the stream. Each game is played over 2 legs. This is the second leg. We are 3-0 up from the first leg as we go looking to get our first win on the board after securing that point against Romania. So Frazer up again. So previous game was Reece. I played both games against Romania. Frazer stepped in to play both games against Liechtenstein. You've got options as long as next time around what will happen is Reece will play both games against Liechtenstein and Frazer will play both games against Romania in 2 weeks' time. But it seems to be a good balance between the two at the moment. They're working well. And McBurney hits the post.
I'm glad with a 3-0 cushion we can be relaxed about this, but that's 2 huge chances that we've not put away yet. It's been all us so far though.
We did talk about that in the first game when we were 3-0 down to Slovenia and then 5-0 down on aggregate to Slovenia before scoring 3 goals. Goal difference could play a thing in this group, especially a group as tight as ours.
Yeah, no, you can't. I mean, I get the guys who know this, Fraser will know this, but you can't just because you're 3-0 up, kind of let chance let that go, and you have to be ruthless and clinical.
Now we're looking to get a couple more goals under our belts in this game, just to, if it comes down to it, help with that goal difference. And there we go. Just as I was saying that, great finish by a player very much a favourite of Fraser's, Johnny Russell.
He's been playing as this sort of false winger, Johnny Russell, cutting in from that right hand side almost as another central striker, and he's been getting so much joy. Should have scored a minute ago. Takes that chance brilliantly.
That's 4-0 on aggregate to Scotland now. So Scotland now into the positives on goal difference. +1 after the opening defeat and draw against Romania. And we just wonder will the Liechtenstein heads go down? Trying to build it out from the back. Currently 4-0 up on aggregate in this third game. Great tackle by McKenna. Man that of course will be missing for the playoff qualifier against Israel in 2-0 to Scotland, 5-0 on aggregate. McBurney again, scored in both legs against Liechtenstein. Been a lot more clinical than he was against Romania, and this is really turning into a bit of a doing. This will be good as a confidence booster for Fraser as well. As we talked about in the first game, very disappointed with that first game against Slovenia, but now 5 unanswered against Liechtenstein. And that will really set us up going into that Portugal game. There's just so much room between the centre halves for Russell and McBurney to exploit. It's
Must be quite demoralising for the Liechtenstein players.
Half an hour played. 2-0 to Scotland, 5-0 in aggregate. As Liechtenstein try to take a grip of this game. John Suter picking up, McBurney. Sees Ryan Fraser in space, using that pace you talked about earlier, Daniel.
Great power as well. He's unlucky there.
Corner to Scotland. I think that was the unexpected thing about that Slovenia game, was Fraser in warm-ups for this has beaten pro players from Spain and France who are both competing in the qualifiers, but now currently 5-0 up on Liechtenstein on aggregate, as though they try to pull one back, and they have. It's now 2-1 to Scotland. Good strength there.
Ospelt, he was the one that missed the chance in the first leg. Decent finish, first chance of the game I think for Liechtenstein.
Yes, indeed. Managed to show his strength to get away from McKenna and finish that in the bottom corner. He'll be disappointed to concede that goal. McTominay stepping up there but not realising.
I think if you're Fraser, you'd want your virtual Scott McKenna just to be a touch stronger, just, you know, at the shoulder, but maybe I'm being harsh.
So 2-1 on the night in this game, 5-1 on aggregate.
Had my heart set on that now, that clean sheet, Michael, that over the 2 legs. I like the way Fraser plays this back three. You know, I think kind of looks a lot more comfortable for him anyway, you know.
It is, as I was saying before, McKenna and Suter kind of drop out into the full-back positions with the ball, but without the ball obviously come in a lot narrower.
As I said earlier as well, I saw him when he was doing his tactics, Fraser, the false winger thing for Johnny Russell, and indeed him and McBurney, they've got so much joy in this game so far.
So just coming up to the half-time whistle, and there it goes, 2-1 to Scotland at half-time, 5-1 on aggregate, on course to get the first 3 points in this qualifying group. So it's match number 3, Scotland 5, Liechtenstein 1 on aggregate so far. Follows a 1-1 draw with Romania in the game previous, and an opening 6-3 defeat to Slovenia. Up next at 8 o'clock is Portugal v Scotland, which plenty of opportunity going into that game, where Reece will probably be back in action. I can imagine it'll be a game each for Fraser and Reece going in against Portugal, who we know have got 2 pro players, one playing for Arsenal, one Boa Vista, so not going to be an easy challenge. The last we saw, they were 3-0 up in Slovenia, who have won against Scotland and Liechtenstein, so the group's wide open, and Scotland score again.
Brilliant goal. Brilliant finish. McBurney again. He's on fire.
3-1 to Scotland on the night, 6-1 on aggregate, and that is the goal difference we've talked about. Could be important, and it's good to start racking up these goals.
I think he scored 2 in the first leg against Liechtenstein, I think. 2 here. I know he's our only striker, but we don't need anyone else, Michael. We've got the best striker in the game. This is all we need.
Chad Pettle, Reece and Fraser, that one there. Chasing that game and looking to mix things up. But yeah, no, great finish. Great finish. Just hope maybe if we can just squeeze 1 or 2 more goals in this, just really drive home the advantage and make a statement as we go into this game. As a reminder, it is match day 1. We've got another match day in 2 weeks' time, the 23rd. Game's kicking off at 4 o'clock again, 5, 6 and 8. Same order. At this time we'll be home at Slovenia, away to Romania, away to Liechtenstein, and finishing up the group in what could be a big game against Portugal at 8 o'clock in 2 weeks' time. So not going to get too far ahead of ourselves at this moment in time. Obviously, there's a lot of football to be played today and next week, and it's currently 6-1 to Scotland on aggregate against Liechtenstein. But we've been talking about it. The group is opening right up, so a chance to really drive home some more goals and make a statement in this group.
This has came at a good time as well in terms of playing Portugal next. Frazer and Reece will both, I imagine, be really excited to get a crack at Portugal, the professional e-sport players. Scoring a few goals like this can't hurt.
No, and I know Reece is disappointed that he didn't manage to get the 3 points in a game against Romania, but I mean, it was a game that he did dominate, so again, that will give him confidence going into that Portugal game. These goals for Frazer would definitely give him the confidence going into that game, so it's one not to be missed. So hopefully you can all join us at 8 p.m. Forget your Leicester Aston Villa. It's all about eEURO 2020 qualification tonight. That's Frazer just looking to keep hold of the ball now. That's McGinn playing pretty deep. Looking for one over the top. We're just over half an hour, just under half an hour, sorry, left in this game. Scotland 6-1 up on aggregate. Match number 3. Also a 1-1 draw against Romania and a 6-3 defeat to Slovenia. Bigger down the wing for Scotland. Uses his strength. Cross. McBurney. Chance for McBurney. It's probably one thing we've not seen too many of in these opening games is headers being scored.
Yeah. I don't know, I'm just want to see this again. I feel like it might be a good save by the goalie, but nah, just over.
Just over it. So we've got Liechtenstein restarting with a goal kick, just over 20 minutes left. And what has, in all honesty, been a comfortable two-legged game so far for Frazer. It would take some monumental collapse to lose from here as we go chasing a 4th in this game and a 7th over the tie. Liechtenstein will be looking to get a bit of pride back in this scoreline. We've kind of parted, the way the sea has parted for him there as he's driven forward. I think Frazer would have been a bit disappointed to concede there, where the way he just let the Liechtenstein player just run into all that space.
Yeah, that was a bit peculiar, that. He's going to make a change now with Johnny Russell off for, is it Ryan Fraser rather, for Stuart Armstrong?
This is where an interesting one, he's putting Armstrong, by the looks of things, out onto the wing, which means his rating will go down slightly. He's in the game as a centre midfielder, but I suppose when you're 6-1 up on aggregate, you can afford to experiment a little bit. Forrest wins the ball back on the edge of the box. Chance, keepers come out. McBurney. Oh, how has he missed? How has he missed? He's hit the post. That is unlucky for Scotland. It was well worked. Obviously, I think the keeper coming out forces a decision for the pass, but then just unlucky to hit the post there. So Liechtenstein come back up the other end, but comfortable for Kelly in the end. Just over 10 minutes left. Scotland 6-1 up on aggregate. And what is the third match? A reminder that the next game is at 8 o'clock against Portugal. One not to be missed. Your thoughts on this performance, Daniel?
Really, obviously, deserved to win. The only thing I would say is that when you think about the 2 or 3 chances at the start of the game, a couple of chances now, this could have even been even more emphatic. You talk about goal difference, I don't want to get too official, too down, you know, bring a downer on it, because at the end of the day we're 6-1 up in aggregate, but this should be 10-11-1. Don't want to rub it into Liechtenstein, but no, it's been great overall. It's been a really good performance ahead of what will definitely be a trickier tie against Portugal.
Yeah, it's been good to get the first 3 points on the board in match number 3. 4 points overall for Scotland. The goal difference of +2. It is picked up after a slow start, and Scotland will be looking for a 7th on this tie as we enter the final minute of the added time. And I'll be that. The referee will blow for full time, and it's Scotland 3, Liechtenstein 1. Scotland won 6-1 on aggregate. First win of the qualifiers. Great performance from Fraser. He'll be chuffed with that. As I said, Portugal up next, 8 o'clock kick-off. Join us again then as we take on the pros.
Bring on the Portuguese.
Good evening and welcome back to live coverage of Scotland's eEURO 2020 qualifiers. This is match number 4. As you can see, Scotland are currently sitting in 3rd position in the group table after 3 games. Results so far being Slovenia 6, Scotland 3, Scotland 1, Romania 1, and Scotland 6, Liechtenstein 1. And win over Portugal in this two-legged affair will put Scotland in 2nd going into match day 2. I'm Michael Buckle, and I'm joined by Daniel Cause of Talking Balls and Fraser Young, one of our esports players. How are you?
Hi, Michael. I'm very excited after watching Fraser dismantle Liechtenstein in the last game. I'm very confident that him and Reece will have too much for these Portuguese.
What are you expecting from the Portuguese, Fraser?
The same as everyone else, really. They'll have a really narrow formation, and when they've not got the ball, they'll be really compact. So most of their play will be coming down the middle. I've just been speaking to Reece before the match started, and he's thinking about playing a 4-4-2 and get the ball out wide, which will work to our advantage. McBurney in the middle, also Burke, 2 tall players.
Good stuff. And we'll be looking for a quick start, I'd say, in this game. Portugal favourites going into this qualifiers. They're actually the only team with 2 professional players, and one playing for Arsenal and the other for Boavista. As I said before, it's a two-legged affair. So Scotland are involved in this is match day 1, where we are playing 4 games against our opponents. In the whole competition, we'll be playing home and away, 2 legs. So in the first game, Scotland, Fraser unfortunately lost 3-0 to Slovenia, and Scotland on the attack early on here.
Brilliant.
Oh,
Great goal.
what a finish.
6 minutes in, and Scotland are 1-0 up in Portugal already. Ollie Burke.
Ollie Burke, like I said, it's a great ball over the top. He got it out wide, just like he planned it. He'll be really pleased with that, Reece.
So the start we were looking for, as I said, a win over the 2 legs against Portugal in this match, and we will be going into 2nd place. And that is, you couldn't ask for a better start.
It's a fantastic finish from Burke as well. I think Burke scored in the first Liechtenstein game and took that goal brilliantly as well. No messing about, smashed it beyond Beto. No chance for him.
So as I said, this is match number 4 of the evening. It's been an interesting group so far, hasn't it, Fraser? I mean, everybody seems to be beating everybody.
It has been such an open group, and that's good for us. We're still well within a shout. Slovenia, to be fair, played well in all their games. They deserve to be top of the group. Portugal, slightly surprised they haven't done a bit better. But yeah, that keeps us in it.
Steph.
We obviously can't see Reece, obviously, here at the minute. He's obviously in Jersey, but I can picture him just absolutely buzzing right now.
He'd have been screaming with that goal. He'd have been loving it.
The perfect start.
Portugal looking to hit back early on. So, in case anybody is new to the eEURO 2020 setup, Scotland are in Group B. We are in it alongside Slovenia, Romania, Liechtenstein and Portugal. Every team has been balanced out in terms of stats as much as possible. We're looking at 10-minute games, 1-on-1, and as I said, it's over 2 legs. So this is a Scotland away game. We'll play 2 games away. And it's
that is really unfortunate.
Equaliser, and it's that man Cristiano Ronaldo makes it 1-1. And well, in the opening game, Reece was involved in a 3-3 against Slovenia, and the way this game started, we're expecting more goals.
As soon as he get turned in the box there.
That's just really unlucky. It just hit the heels there of the defender and went straight back to Ronaldo's feet. And when he gets a second chance of that, he's not going to miss.
First effort and goal, I think, as well, isn't it? I mean,
yeah,
Reece will be gutted. That's a sore one.
So it's 1-1 after about 15 minutes. Scotland kick off. You were saying before we kicked off this evening, Fraser, that the Portuguese defence is not the tallest.
No, they're not, and that's where the balls over the top are going to work to their advantage. Plus having Burke and McBurney in there for corners and free kicks. We really need to get into those areas and use it to their advantage.
You can see they move the ball really quickly, Portugal, don't they? can see they're one of the better teams.
As I said, it has been a group of everybody beating everybody. Portugal started off with a defeat to Romania. We drew with Romania, and in fact, probably should have beaten.
Oh,
and then
nightmare.
2-1 to Portugal already. Ruben Diaz, and that's a sore one to lose that one.
Yeah, it's just drilled into the front post there.
You have to say that's a brilliant corner. The way that's smashed in, difficult to deal with. Great header as well.
As I was saying, everybody's been beating everybody so far. The Portuguese have beaten Slovenia, who have subsequently beaten Romania. The only team not to register any points so far is Liechtenstein, and they're currently 1-0 down to Romania. So Reece just needs to get a foothold in this game again after conceding 2 quick goals.
If you look at the bottom left, just next to the player name, you can see the attack and defence level, and Portugal's is right down. They are all out defence at the moment.
So it's going to be tough to break down, but obviously we've been talking about it over the last few games that Scotland...
Oh, that would have been some goal.
That'd have been goal of the tournament. That would have been unreal.
I would have had that one clipped out and put out on our social media on repeat.
The thing is, obviously they've got Ronaldo, and I'm saying this a little tongue-in-cheek, but we've got Ollie McBurney. The rate he's been scoring that today, he's been brilliant. I wouldn't be surprised to see him put a screamer like that away.
That is right. As we said earlier, the players are balanced out, so Ollie has been banging them in. Ollie Burke has also put a few away for us, and we have been a danger from free kicks as well with Big Hans and Charlie McGrew. Just be looking to create more chances like that though, and keep in the game. But yeah, we play 4-4-2. A lot of teams have been playing with 4 centre backs, no full backs, no wingers. So it's been one thing. We have only got Ollie McBurney as a centre forward. I've been talking about that in earlier games. That has limited our options, but also gives us an advantage that we have to play wingers against opposition who like to play narrow. So there has been space. We've noticed it in your game, Fraser, earlier for the likes of Forrest and Fraser.
Absolutely, and that's
good
Scotland have loads of wingers, loads of centre midfielders as well. Like they say, we've only got 1 centre forward, so the wide areas is where we need to get the ball.
Excellent.
That was a good save.
So just under 10 minutes left of this first half. Portugal corner.
There's that corner again.
Those
Dealt with it this time.
Those corners are wicked, aren't they? They're very hard to deal with.
I don't believe the referee's given a free kick for that.
Well, for some of the decisions they've not been given earlier, that's... I'd be disappointed to concede if that's the case. Ronaldo in like real life. Free kicks are not
It's actually on target.
That's true.
I couldn't say it there, guys, because I was so livid. I thought if we concede here, I'm going to be furious.
There is a punch straight over the top, but McBurney not onto it. 5 minutes left of this first half. Scotland 2-1 down against Portugal. Of course, we still have a second leg to come, as well as the second half of this game. So plenty of time for Scotland to get back into this game. As a reminder that if we can win over the 2 legs, we will be into second place going into Matchday 2, which takes place in 2 weeks' time. The winners of the group automatically qualify for eEURO 2020. The runner-up will go into a second group phase. As we said, everybody is beating everybody in this group, so you would not rule anything out going into Matchday 2.
That's a great interception. Go on.
He's got the strength. He's cut it back.
Oh!
Unlucky from Ollie Burke. Great play by Ryan Fraser. Cuts out the pass from the goalkeeper. Uses his strength. Gets away. Cut back to Ollie Burke on the penalty spot. And unfortunately just straight down the keeper's throat.
had a feeling there when Fraser took that, he might get pulled down for a penalty. I was kind of thinking.
We've not seen a penalty yet.
Nah.
Last chance of the half, probably. Corner in.
Ooh.
He's gone for one for distance, and will we have time for this corner? We will. I thought it wanted a replay. Reece will just be wanting to take this corner. This is it. We'll expect the half-time whistle straight after this. And that is safe for the goalkeeper. And that is the half-time. Portugal 2, Scotland 1. Thoughts on that first half, gentlemen?
Positive, I think, to go ahead. Certainly, I think it was a really good goal, and there's been a couple of openings, but I don't know what you think, Fraser.
No, absolutely. Reece has done very well. Of course, he got that first goal. Unfortunate with, I'd say, both the Portuguese goals. He's still in this.
Oh, that was surely a foul.
If the foul was given in the first half, you'd expect that one to be given to us in the second half, but not to be. Portugal picking it up in the midfield, looking to spread it wide. Working it in the box, but well intercepted. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's fallen back.
Oh, great
what a
save.
that is.
Ronaldo thinking he can do an Ollie McBurney there.
What a move this has been as well. It's
Great football, good build-up.
David Bates playing very high there.
oh,
Unlucky.
What a save again.
what a goal that would have been.
Couple of chances early in this second half for both sides. Pretty much summed up the game so far. Armstrong over the top, and not to be.
Well, Reece in Scotland, given as good as they're getting at least. Putting up a really good show here.
5 shots each. We've got Kenny McLean on for John McGinn.
As an esports player, Fraser, is obviously you'll be taking on Portugal in the next game. Do you look for anything, or I know it's a different player you'll be up against, but
Yeah, two totally different players, I'm afraid.
And
So,
that's 3-1 to Portugal, so you're going to have to go out in a bit of an attack in the second leg as things stand.
all out attack, 4-2-4, let's go for it.
Portugal just found a lot of space there, didn't they?
I got lucky with that pass just before the goal there. Straight through the legs of, I think it was Suter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A tidy finish. 3-1 to Portugal. Still plenty of time left in this game, and as I said, there is the second leg where Fraser will be taking part. Nearly thought he was in there, not quite. And Portugal currently sitting on a +9 goal difference, plus 11 as things stand. We were talking about this earlier. Goals could come into reckoning, couldn't they? The goal difference.
Yeah, absolutely. It means you don't need to, you can't just sit in and defend, you need goals. Could be very important come the end of the qualifiers.
Scotland with men over here.
Certainly
Ollie
getting
back.
players forward, it just needs to get into that position to shoot. As you can see, Portugal really compact when they're defending. There's just no room down the middle.
oh, great
Oh.
ball. Oh,
Unlucky.
he's been really unlucky here, Reece. The ball just isn't broken to him in the right areas. It's, you look at Portugal for that goal going through Suter's legs. Do a bit that jamminess.
Liam Kelly picks up for Scotland. Talked before, you might notice some players that haven't been around the actual real life squad for a while. It's a bit of a mixed match of a squad, isn't it, Fraser?
It really is. There's not really much else you can say about that. Oh, yeah. I
How's
could
it?
see that coming.
4-1 to Portugal. Ronaldo with the fourth. And what do you do now, Fraser? You're in this position. If you were Reece, do you just try to bunk down and not make that gap any bigger, or do you try and close
No,
it?
you should just go for it. He had his game plan. It was working for him at the start. He should stick to it.
A disappointing goal to lose, but it's Portugal, as I said before this, were favourites to win this group. They are playing against professional Pro Evolution Soccer players, but you know, Reece has created the chances so far.
He has. He's been in great positions. It's just hasn't pulled off for him. And to be fair, he's still quite attacking. Just doesn't want to get too desperate.
Portugal.
Oh, see that's
And it's 5-1 to Portugal.
that is really unfortunate.
Ronaldo hat-trick.
It's Ronaldo's annoying celebration that just rubs it in, isn't it?
So we're now with about 10 minutes left of this game. Portugal 5, Scotland 1. We have got a second leg to come. Fraser has got goals in him. We've seen that in the last couple of games. So nothing's changed from your on your behalf of how you're going to approach the game?
Not at all.
No pressure.
Not at all.
As I said, just over 10 minutes left of the 15 minutes left of this game. Reece just really needs to get his foot on the ball. So next match day is in 2 weeks' time as we play the same teams again, this time in reverse fixtures. We are starting off at home to Slovenia and then followed up by away to Romania and Liechtenstein before taking on Portugal again in what could be a massive decider come Monday the 23rd of March. In the meantime, it's currently Portugal 5, Scotland 1 in the first leg of this away game. Fraser is just about to leave us to go and get prepared for his game as he looks to try and fall back the deficit as Ollie Burke tries to break through. Daniel's been a disappointing second half.
It has been, especially after the first half promised so much, but they've just been deadly in the penalty area, Portugal. That's good effort. Yeah, it's almost as though you can't let them into the penalty area because they're so clinical.
I did see that in earlier games where if you can fashion yourself a chance in the box and get a clean strike, the way the game's set up is you're likely going to score.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Scotland, on the odd occasion, the goalkeeper seemed to be inspiring form. We saw that against Romania.
Yep.
I think it was a prime example where the goalkeeper was pretty much man of the match in both games. Portuguese goalkeeper Patricio has pulled off a couple of good saves in this game so far as well. So we'll just hopefully can get a break here. And that is a he's hit the post. Would you believe it?
Oh my!
And he's blocked that as well.
Goodness me!
And that is unfortunate. 5-2 would have been an more reflective of Reece's efforts in this game. It's certainly not been a 5-1 game at all. In fact, it's been far from it. And the final whistle is just blown here, and it's Portugal 5, Scotland 1. Reece has just literally sent me a message on the final whistle there. That was a tough one to take. Never a 5-1 game, and Daniel, you've got to agree, don't you?
Summed up perfectly. Chances in the first half, chances in the second half. Took the lead. It's a sore one, but fingers crossed Fraser can eat into that deficit.
So up next is the second leg of this away tie against Portugal, where we are 5-1 down, but this is eEURO 2020 qualification, Daniel, and anything can happen, can't it?
Absolutely, especially online with the virtual players. We score the first goal, you never know where it could take us.
Yep, it'll be a different set of players. It'll be Reece for Scotland and a different player for Portugal. So we'll be back in a few moments for the second game. Hello and good evening for the last match of the night. We have got Portugal-Scotland in our second leg. I'm Michael Bocklin. I'm joined by Daniel Cos, Talking Boss.
How you doing, Michael?
Very good. Scotland obviously in a bit of a predicament at the moment, shall we say. We're 5-1 down.
When aren't we?
But it is looking like we are going attacking for this game because we've really got nothing to lose, apart from perhaps damaging the goal difference. But at the moment in time, I think as things are standing, looking at the Romania score and they're cruising against Liechtenstein, we'll be sitting fourth going into this. Now, if we could turn this around, we'd be sitting second. But, you know, we don't want to be too far away, and we wouldn't, even with a defeat tonight, we're not going to be out of touch, are we?
I think Fraser Young, obviously, who's in charge of Scotland, I think he's just got to go for it. He's going, as you say, for a very attacking lineup. He needs to go for it. You know what I mean? He needs to go for it. 5-1 down from the first leg. Why not?
Yeah. In case you missed the first game against Portugal, it certainly wasn't a 5-1 game. We were unlucky with a number of chances, and to be fair to Portugal, they took their opportunities. We were playing Christopher, who is playing for Portugal just now, is the professional player that plays for Arsenal.
Wow.
Fraser, who's playing for us, is an IT manager. And that is not the start Fraser would have been looking for. 4 minutes on the clock, 1-0. João Felix, and I know we spoke to Fraser before this, he'll be kicking himself for that start.
That's a sore one, especially because it seemed quite preventable. But yeah, having Fraser here, he was keen to get a good start, all guns blazing, maybe take the lead like Reece did, but
it's unfortunate that clearance from Charlie Mulgrew's bounced off Ronaldo and into João Felix's path, and really that's just unfortunate.
We said it in the first game, Michael, but it almost feels like when the ball bounces to any of the Portuguese players in the box, they're absolutely deadly. They never miss.
They are clinical, and Scotland currently 6-1 down in this game. This is, of course, the last match of Matchday 1. We are back in 2 weeks' time for Matchday 2, where it is all to play for. Teams have been beating each other in this group. Scotland were unfortunate to only get a draw against Romania when dominating both games. Second game against Slovenia, unlucky not to actually go on to win it. So there is definitely opportunity to claw back these points as we go into that game. I think you look, if it will continue, Daniel, that if teams continue to take points off each other, it will be how we get on in those opening couple of matches, won't it?
Oh, definitely. It's still all to play for. I mean, even today, in today's games, Romania, we drew one of the games 1 each. We should have been out of sight in that one. Slovenia as well, they were very good to be fair, but definitely beatable. It's all still to play for.
Of course, the top of the qualifying group will qualify automatically for Euro 2020, and runner-up will be into the playoffs group, which is another round-robin group stage. So there's lots of opportunity, and even if it's looking like Portugal, who are now sort of cementing a bit of authority in this game, holding on to the ball, I mean, they are 6-1 up, they'll really be trying to string that Scotland defence apart now, won't they?
I think it's crucial here that that Fraser battens down the hatches and just gets his foot in the ball, creates a bit of a chance or two of his own. You really don't want the floodgates to open here against this team.
I certainly don't, especially when points, if you're even on points with a team, it will come down to goal difference. Scotland going into this game were on a positive goal difference. That has kind of been obliterated in the first game, unfortunately. But I know we maybe sound like broken records, but there is so much to play for, especially Matchday 2. Scotland just trying to build out from the back here, though. He's playing with his favoured 3 at the back. Won't be happy about giving the ball away in that area, though. He's got William Kelly coming rushing out, and that is 2-0 to Portugal. It's that one again. Ronaldo.
What can you say? Brilliant finish. Really nice move. I think the ball's given away really cheaply, though. Look, and we said it before, they exploit it. if you're going to, if you give away balls like that cheaply, it's a little bit unlucky to be fair, but they will punish you.
That is that clinical finish again, rounding the goalkeeper, and again we were playing a bit of cliche bingo earlier, but if you're going to give up cheap possession to professional players like this, you are going to be punished. So it's currently 7-1 to Portugal in aggregate. Again, as I said, and we'll keep reiterating this point, we've still got another whole match day of games. So one result is not going to define a competition. It's going to be a sore one, especially the last game. And I know in Frazer and Reece, after these two games, they will be champing at the bit to get back involved and have to wait 2 long weeks to try and change their fortunes.
I think now, Michael, we've seen this Portuguese team in the flesh, so to speak. You can see that they've got the 2 pro players, the way they move the ball about, how clinical they are. But you definitely say there's still a lot for second place at the very least is definitely still an attainable goal.
And that's it. And you look, Romania beat this
Exactly, yeah.
outfit in the first game. We dominated Romania. Maybe, as you said, a lot of football will be played, and if Portugal do go on to now just romp this group, it might work in our favour. Last game at home to Portugal, maybe the foot off the gas a little bit, and
maybe
we aim for that runners-up spot. But as you said, a lot of football to be played between then and now. Just coming up for the half-hour mark. Portugal 2-0 up on Scotland. Oh, that's a wild challenge.
That was a bad one.
Tommy back on his feet though. Mulgrew to McGinn. Ryan Fraser, who's tucked inside a little bit.
Good ball.
McBurney.
Oh, what a goal!
Great goal.
What a finish.
Ollie McBurney, and that's well played by Scotland. It's 2-1. Ollie McBurney pulling one back. That is now 7-2 on aggregate, but that was a well worked goal from the defence, wasn't it?
He's been absolutely fabulous today, McBurney. The virtual Ollie McBurney's buried almost everything that's fallen to him. But yeah, a brilliant goal the way Fraser pulls in, drags the defender with him, and a great finish.
That all started from centre half for Scotland. McTominay got wiped out in the midfield, gets back on his feet, picks up the ball, and again Fraser, McBurney, goal. Fraser will take a lot of heart from that.
Absolutely.
We're not expecting to be coming back from 7-2 down, but we can definitely close this deficit, as there's a couple of changes about to be made by the Portuguese. Obviously having a word with himself for conceding that goal. So just a reminder, this is match number 4 of the evening. Scotland having lost 6-3 to Slovenia in the opening game, drew 1-1 against Romania, and were unlucky in that situation. Should have really won that game. Then went on to win 6-1 over Liechtenstein, and now currently 7-2 down on aggregate against Portugal. We'll be back again in 2 weeks, Matchday 2.
Just had a look at some of those formation changes there from Portugal. Looks like he's going to a 4-2-4, a bit more attacking. To be fair to Fraser and Scotland, the 2 goals we've conceded have been,
unfortunate.
Yeah, mistakes. Yeah, pretty much.
Anybody not familiar with PES, this version of PES, it very much is set up to play narrow. We talk about 4-2-4 there, but it's a very narrow 4-2-4. Pretty much 4 centre backs, 2 centre midfielders, and 4 centre forwards. Pretty much. Although saying that, it looks like Portuguese have got a slightly wider back 4. Callum McGregor with a corner for Scotland. Straight down the goalkeeper's throat. We dealt with it, but Scotland tried to get back in. McGinn Unfortunate there. A bit of hunger about Fraser's play at the moment as he goes searching for an equaliser on the night. Oh, Portugal looking to hit on the counter attack. Oh, that is wild. That is wild. A bit of frustration, I'd say, from Fraser coming out there, taking some bodies.
Hope that felt cathartic. Hope that gave him the release he needed.
So McBurney picks up as we're deep into added time. I expect this will be the last attack of the half. I'd say that would be. Oh, we're going to let Scotland take the throw in. Time's ticking on, and that'll be that. Half time, Portugal 2, Scotland 1. That is 7-2 on aggregate. It has been a bit of a sore one for Scotland so far, but Fraser came back into that game in that first half, didn't he?
And a one-off game. It's still all there for Fraser to play for. I mean, we're never going to come back from. You never know. As I say, as a one-off.
Definitely, you can get a look at how Portugal are set up there. As you can see, they're playing with 3 centre-backs and a right-back who's pretty much playing as a centre-back. And this is the beauty of how Pez is set up this way, that this is how teams are playing. With Scotland, we've talked about this before, Daniel, but we are limited with centre-forwards because we've only got Ollie McBurney as a centre-forward in the squad, haven't we?
Yep. Yeah, he's been brilliant, we have to say, though. He's, every chance he's taken pretty much today. Just looking at what Fraser's doing here, it looks like he's trying to go a bit wider in his formation. Fraser and Russell cutting in off the wings. Of course, that's how he's got his goal, with Fraser cutting in.
And Johnny Russell in the previous game has worked well for Fraser as well. It's just it's unfortunate that we are limited in that option of playing a centre forward, either than McBurney or having somebody to join McBurney up top. That is something that we are hoping gets changed by Konami going into the match day 2. Does put Scotland at a slight disadvantage, taking nothing away from this. I think even with 3 or 4 strikers, I think we would have seen the deadly power of Portugal when it comes in front of goal, but just to have those options would be handy. Portugal trying to get a third early in the second half. Ronaldo pulling the tricks out, and they've somehow still managed to get that, but cleared in the end by Fraser. Portugal pick up and try to start again from the back. That's another foul. Fraser will just be looking to keep his temperament a little bit and not let this game get away from him. Daniel, what have your thoughts been on the day's action as a whole?
It's been really enjoyable. I mean, the standard is kind of, you almost don't know what to expect. I mean, the Slovenian team in the first game Scotland faced were, nothing too daunting, but they were extremely well organised, hard to beat. And then Romania, who have beaten this Portugal team, looked very beatable to me. It's been enjoyable to watch, enjoyable to be involved in. Although it'll be a bit more enjoyable if Scotland can get out of this one with a positive result.
Indeed, that is the voice of Daniel Claus from Talking Boys. Scotland try to fashion an opening. Forrest is in. Can he make it 2-2 on the day? He's round to the keeper.
Oh, penalty!
And he has given the penalty. It's the first penalty of the evening we've seen. And it's Charlie Mulgrew. Patricio telling him what way he's going to put it. Oh,
what
he
a penalty.
has dinked it down the middle. That is calm from big, handsome Charlie Mulgrew.
Coolness personified from Fraser. That was delightful.
Obviously been watching How the World every week, and Fraser being a Rangers fan as well, dinks it down the middle. 2-2. It's still 7-3 on aggregate, but clawing back that goal difference.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's all about the goal difference from here, and if we can get, we're level at the minute. If we can get a positive result in this one-off game, It's all to play for a match day too. I'm just curious. I don't think the referee gave a card to the Portuguese defender, did he?
I did not see one.
I mean, it was a goal scoring opportunity.
Depended on the rule, if he tried to play the ball,
I
or
know.
intent to play the ball, it's maybe wanted a yellow
I didn't see any intent personally.
though. So we are currently at 2-2, changes being made. I think Reece is still hurting from the first game where 5-1, when, to be honest, it wasn't a 5-1 game. It was just unfortunate with the chances that Portugal took. And I think that's one Reece will be annoyed about. He looks back at that Portugal game, he looks maybe back at the Romania game where he played exceptionally well and just been unfortunate with the chances.
The Romania one for me, Michael, is the one that he'll go away and what do we draw that one each, and it should have been 3 or 4-1 at least to us.
And that could have been the first game and the second game. But look, there's a whole another match day to come. There's been some exceptional football played by both Reece and Fraser, both settled in to the game after slow starts. I think they both admit in the first game, and this is Portugal, as I talk, have just gone 3-2 up on the night, so that is now up to 8-3 on aggregate.
Straight from kick-off, that's a sore one to take.
So half an hour left in this game. Scotland's fourth match of the evening. And there's lots of signs of encouragement despite being down by 8-3 in this game. And I know that sounds a bit weird, but we're up against some professional players here.
I think for Fraser, going up against a professional esports player, you know, as he is just now, he can take a lot of heart from this. He's played excellently, and look, if you're him, you want to come away with at least a draw, and it's still there for him.
Scotland on the attack, looking for a quick reply. Has he made space? Oh, he's in. Tried to make space for himself, tried to win the ball back in what is a congested area.
Yep.
And that is what we found a lot. The Slovenians set up that way, the Romanians to an extent as well. It is just packing that central area, making it hard to find space. We know scoring from outside the box is not as common in this game. You really have to find that inch of space in the box to get your shot away.
Yep. And as we said, it's where Portugal are particularly deadly from. A wee bit of set piece magic wouldn't go amiss here.
Yep, 25 minutes to go. Free kick on the left for Scotland, played down the wing to McGinn. And he's just ran out of play, unfortunately. So, as we said, we are looking at defeat to Portugal here, which will put Scotland in fourth place. We'll have a quick look at the league table as soon as this game finishes, and then we will look ahead to match day 2, as I said, in 2 weeks' time. First taste of competitive gaming for Scotland national team. This, and it's the Pro Evolution. The Pro team, has for eEURO 2020 is the first of 2 teams we're going to see from Scotland. We've got a FIFA team to be announced early April that will be competing in the FIFA eNations competition, which is another first for Scotland. So, look, it's exciting times for Scotland as a whole, and so far, Frazer and Reece are doing well. It's been an unfortunate result so far, but a lot of positives to take into the next match day. 15 minutes left as Fraser goes looking. Great ball by McTominay. Is he giving offside there, is he? Oh, he is. And yeah, if you'd like to learn a bit more about Frazer and Reece, search on the BBC iPlayer, you will find a view from the terrace and a nice little piece put together by the guys from a view from the terrace that focused on what we are trying to do from a Scotland national team point of view, and you can get to know a little bit more about Frazer and Reece and how they got to where they are by representing Scotland. What would you like to see more of, Daniel, going into Matchday 2?
Goals from Scotland, Michael. No, I mean, see, from a Scotland perspective, the guys have been great today. Like, I can't emphasise this enough. You're going up against here 2 Portugal players. It's their job, it's their living to be online game players. Particularly this second game, we've more than given him a run for his money. I'm excited to see how we do in Matchday 2 because I think it's definitely a great chance to qualify.
There's 10 minutes left in this game. Scotland men over on the left as Johnny Russell picks up an inside, plays it out wide to McGinn. Looking to get a bit of space for him. Use that bum of his, which he has. Super sub Barry Barham. We've seen him come on a few games so far.
Loves a substitution appearance in this.
Straight on the corners as well, Barry. Could be straight off the corners after that first attempt.
Not what he was hoping for. Oh,
he's just slow to react there. And that was a good opportunity for Scotland. A great ball by Armstrong, trying to find Bannon. Just unfortunate not to be able to get that under control. Entering the final stages of this game. Currently 8-3 on aggregate to Portugal. After their first loss, Portugal really come onto a game. They've beaten Slovenia, Liechtenstein, and now they're beating Scotland. And you expect that from the pros.
yeah, absolutely. I think it's a credit to Frazer here that the Portuguese player is time wasting a bit, and Fraser's obviously lost his temper a wee bit there, but I think it's a compliment that he's having to time waste, that he's having to play the corners and keep the ball. And
good game management, but obviously Frazer, as you said earlier, is now looking to take bodies, it seems. Last substitution. For Frazer, he's just looking to hold on and probably not give away any more goals. As we keep saying, goal difference could come into reckoning come the end of Matchday 2. 16 places are up for grabs at eEURO 2020 in July. Finals taking place between the semi-finals and the finals of the main tournament. Group winners will go through automatically. Runners up from each qualifying group will go into a second group phase with an opportunity that 3 teams out of that group of 5 will go through. So yeah, everything to play for, and that's a disappointing end to the day as Portugal score in added time on added time.
yep, that was a particularly slow running. They were just seeing the game out, managing the game, and then all of a sudden sparked into attack and exploited an opening.
And there's Petty, standard Petty.
There he is, the nicest man in football.
That is a sore one. I know Frazer will be kicking himself to concede a goal like that so late on. But there's not much you can do about that, unfortunately. Nice touch, and just takes it in off the post, giving Liam Kelly no chance in goal.
Nice finish. Does Pepe still play with Portugal? Well, obviously he does, but must be about 56 now.
It's just his red card. Final whistle here. Portugal 4, Scotland 2, and doesn't make good reading on the aggregate score. It's Portugal 9, Scotland 3. However, it's it is a sore one to take, but it's not the end of the world. We go into match day 2, sitting 4th in the group. However, we are plenty of football and plenty to play for as we go into match day 2. Scotland have started off the day losing 6-3 to Slovenia, then drew 1-1 with Romania in a game that we've talked about should have really have gone on to win. Followed this up with 6-1 win over Liechtenstein, and then now a 9-3 loss to Portugal. So match day 2, we do it all over again. The fixtures are reversed. We play the 2 legs. So you've got Scotland, Slovenia. Then we'll play Romania away, Liechtenstein away, before finishing up against what is a strong Portugal team at home. Daniel, what's your thoughts on the group?
Yeah, I think it's all still to play for. That Portuguese team's a good team, but it's all still to play for.
Yep, as you can see, group table, Scotland sitting there in 4th, and goal difference dropped down after that defeat. Romania beating Liechtenstein to put them into 3rd. Scotland have Slovenia in the opening game of the next match day. A win puts them into within a couple of points. Romania up next, and all of a sudden straight back in it.
Yeah, it's huge, that Slovenia game, the opening game next time. I'm confident for the guys. They're hard to break down, but they're certainly not unbeatable.
No, and we hope you can join us again. Thank you for being with us tonight, and see you again.
Bye.